evening, everyone, and welcome to the Board of Ed meeting of Tuesday, January 25th, 2022. This meeting will be held virtually this evening. There is access to the live stream and recording of the meeting. And to make a public comment, you can visit our Zoom site. The link is in the agenda. So I'd like to take the time now to call the meeting to order. The North Hunterdon-Voorhees Regional High School Board of Education meeting on Tuesday, January 25th, 2022 is now called to order. In accordance with the requirements of the Open Public Meeting Act, NJSA 10-4-6, adequate notice of the meeting has been provided by submission of notice of the time, date, location, or instructions for remote access to the Hunterdon County Democrat on December 9th, 2021, and the Star Ledger on December 7th, 2021, as subsequently re-advertised on January 22nd, 2022. Notice, and to the extent known, the agenda of this meeting has been posted on the North Hunterdon High School and Voorhees High School and provided to the municipal clerks of Bethlehem Township, California Borough, Town of Clinton, Clinton Township, Franklin Township, Glen Gardner Borough, Hampton Borough, Highbridge Borough, Lebanon Township, Tewksbury Township, and Union Township, as well as all other interested parties, and posted on the district website. Feel free to locate the fire exits within your home and where you are attending virtually. And at this time, we ask that you silence all cell phones, or if you're not speaking during the meeting, that you could mute your lines. Katie, can we have a roll call, please?
Ms. Bonomi?
Here.
Mr. Chapman?
Present.
Ms. Crisologo?
Present.
Mr. Farbanish?
Here.
Ms. Hintz?
Ms. Hintz is
Hoffman?
coming on. Ms. Hintz is coming on right now, just so you know.
Here.
Okay.
Good evening.
Mr. Kirchberger?
Here.
Mr. Mielek?
Here.
Ms. Salino?
Here.
Mr. Spanton?
Here.
Mr. Straight?
Here.
Ms. Fiato?
Here. And at this time, or Katie, we have a quorum?
Yes.
Yeah. At this time, may we all rise for the flag salute? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Can I call for a motion and a second to adopt the attached resolution 012522-6 for executive session to discuss matters falling under category 7? As reflected in the resolution, the board expects to be in executive session for approximately 45 minutes, and upon return to public session, action will be taken.
Motion.
Second.
Rob and Deb. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. We're going into executive session. Motion and a second to reconvene from public session, please.
Motion.
Moved.
Brian?
Second.
All
Kim and Brian.
Tim and Brian.
righty. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries, Katie. Can I call for a motion and a second to approve agenda items 6.1 and 6.2, which are the minutes from our regular school board meeting and the reorg meeting?
Motion.
Deb and Bry?
Sure,
Yeah.
second.
Okay.
It was
I have
Tara.
Dan.
It was
Oh, was
Tara.
it Tara? Oh, it's Tara. Sorry. I saw Deb's mouth move. You're not on my screen, Tara. All right. So Tara and Brian? Thank
Dan
you.
and Tara.
Dan. Oh, gosh. All right. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
I'm abstaining from 6.2. I wasn't at that meeting, but I approve of 6.1.
Got it. Thank you, Shelley.
No opposition? Motion carries, Katie?
Yes.
Okay. Now is the portion of the meeting for public hearing on contract amendments and addendums to the Superintendent of Schools, Jeff Bender, Assistant Superintendent of Schools, Rich Burgess, and the School of Business Administrator, Catherine Blue. Whereas the North Hunterdon-Voorhees Regional High School District Board of Education, hereinafter the board, wishes to amend the contract of Superintendent of Schools, Jeff Bender, for the effective period of July 1st, 2019 to June 30th, 2023, Assistant Superintendent of Schools, Dr. Richard Burgess, and the School Business Administrator, Catherine Blue, for the effective period of July 1st, 2021 through June 30th, 2022, in addition to the addendum of the contract for Dr. Richard Burgess for acting superintendent, effective date of 10/21/25/21 through December 31st, 21. And pursuant to the NJSA 18A 11-11, the board is required to provide public notice 30 days and 10 days prior of its intent to hold a public hearing and to take action to amend, extend, negotiate, and/or alter contract terms and condition of the district superintendent of schools, assistant superintendent of schools, and school business administrator. Notice was provided to the public via publication in the district's official newspaper on December 23rd, 2021 and January 10th, 2022, and the publication on the district's website every day for a period beginning December 23rd, 2021 to January 25th, 2022. The subject contracts were reviewed and subsequently approved by the interim executive county superintendent of the New Jersey Department of Education, Hunterdon County office on December 14th, 2021 for Catherine Blue, December 14th, 2021 to 2022 contract, and January 12th, 2021 to 22 contract addendum for Dr. Richard Burgess, and January 14th, 2022 for Jeff Bender. Now is the time for opportunity for public comment on the amended contracts of the Superintendent of Schools, Assistant Superintendent of Schools, and the School Business Administrator. The board pursuant to NJSA 10-4-12, the Open Public Meetings Act, shall not publicly discuss personnel matters and shall not respond to comments made by members of the public. Please be aware that the subject of this hearing retains to the right of privacy and shall retain all rights regarding defamation and slander according to the laws of New Jersey. The board shall not be held liable for comments made by members of the public. So, Rich, I know you were going to survey and see if we had any,
Yes, so I'm going
public
to send
comment
a,
for this.
for anybody that's in the waiting room, I'm going to send a chat to ask if anybody is commenting on this section of the agenda. So that'll come shortly. for anybody in the waiting room, and if you can reply back to let me know if you're here for that purpose right now. I don't have anyone indicating that they wish to make a public comment now. I don't know how much longer you want to wait, Jess, but it's been out there about 45 seconds.
I think we had a comment, but not,
Yeah, it's somebody's asking where the agenda is. I can send them a copy of that.
okay. All right. And I think we should go to vote. Can I have a call for a motion and a second to approve the amended contract for the period of July 1st, 2019 through June 30th, 2023 between the board and Jeffrey Bender?
So moved.
Second.
Deb and
Deb.
Brian? Are there any questions? All right, Katie, can you call for a roll call vote?
Ms. Bonomi,
Yes.
Mr. Chapman,
Yes.
Ms. Crisologo,
Yes.
Mr. Farbanish,
Yes.
Ms. Hintz,
Yes.
Ms. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Kirchberger,
Yes.
Mr. Mueller,
Yes.
Ms. Salino,
Yes.
Mr. Stanton,
Yes.
Mr. Straight,
Yes.
Ms. Fiato.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries.
Can I have a call for a motion and a second to approve the contract addendum for the period of October 25th through 2021 through December 31st, 2021 between the board and Dr. Richard Burgess?
Motion.
Second.
Rob and Shelley.
Are there any questions? Katie, can you call for a roll call?
Ms. Bonomi,
Yes.
Mr. Chapman,
Yes.
Crisologo,
Yes.
Mr. Farbanish,
Yes.
Ms. Hintz,
Yes.
Ms. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Kirchberger,
Yes.
Mr. Mueller,
Yes.
Ms. Salino,
Yes.
Mr. Stanton,
Yes.
Mr. Straight,
Yes.
and Ms. Fiato.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Can I call for a motion and a second to approve the amended contract for the period of July 1st, 2021 through June 30th, 2022 between the board and Dr. Burgess?
So moved.
Second.
Deb and Dan?
Yes.
Got it.
Yep.
Any questions? Katie, you can go to vote.
Ms. Bonomi,
Yes.
Mr. Chapman,
Yes.
Ms. Crisologo,
Yes.
Mr. Farbanish,
Yes.
Ms. Hintz,
Yes.
Ms. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Kirchberger,
Yes.
Mr. Mueller,
Yes.
Ms. Salino,
Yes.
Mr. Stanton,
Yes.
Mr. Straight,
Yes.
and Ms. Fiato.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries.
Can I have a call for a motion and a second to approve the amended contract for the period of July 1st, 2021 through June 30th, 2022 between the board and Catherine Blow?
So moved. Second.
I didn't catch who.
Tara and Deb.
Thanks. Thanks, Rob. Any questions? Katie, can we go for a roll call?
Ms. Bonomi,
Yes.
Mr. Chapman,
Yes.
Ms. Crisologo,
Yes.
Mr. Farbanish,
Yes.
Ms. Hintz,
Yes.
Ms. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Kirchberger,
Yes.
Mr. Mueller,
Yes.
Ms. Salino,
Yes.
Mr. Stanton,
Yes.
Mr. Straight,
Yes.
and Ms. Fiato.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carried.
Do we know if the student representatives were able to join the meeting?
Vanessa Molina is here.
Okay, we'll start with Vanessa. Is she in the meeting? I'm just trying to go, I don't see her. Is she?
Vanessa,
Vanessa.
can you unmute, please? Yeah, she's under number 914.
Oh, okay. Hi, Vanessa, can you hear us? There you go. I
Can you
think you're
hear me?
unmuted now. I can, Vanessa. Thank you for joining us this evening.
Of course.
I'd like to give you the opportunity to represent North Hunterdon with your representative report.
Okay. I first wanted to start off with talking about the upcoming blood drive on February 16th, starting at 7:30 a.m. and ending at 3:30 p.m. We had a lot of people come out and join and participate in the last blood drive. We'd like to see more people show up for the second one. I also want to talk about the Trivia Bowl on March 10th. We want a lot more student participation in that. Similar to that, we finally got word about where prom was going to be located this year. So it will be at the Forest Lodge on May 20th from 5 to 9 p.m. That was chosen by the student body. So we're all really excited about that. We're excited to see what opportunities this could provide us with. I also wanted to talk about some fundraisers that we had in the theater department. We had a fundraiser at Harper's Table. We are now going to have a popcorn fundraiser coming up these next couple of days. I also did want to touch on the subject of virtual schooling. Sorry, you might hear my dog in the background. We want to talk about virtual schooling. We have had a lot of really good feedback from it. A lot of the students actually did want to stay in. I'm so sorry. They did want to stay in school. The only students that really chose to go home were those that had immunocompromised parents. And therefore, we had a lot of good feedback that the teachers are doing a really good job of keeping the kids in check and staying in school. A lot of them are only at home if they're immunocompromised, and the teachers are doing a really good job about keeping the kids at home focused along with the class and having an equal participation. And the student body is really happy that we had the choice to stay home, but a lot of them would rather remain in school just because we feel like it's a lot better of an environment and we can participate and focus more when we're in school. And that's the end of my report.
Jessica, are you on mute?
I'm sorry. I was asking if Bethany was able to join.
I was talking with Bethany. I don't think she was able to.
Oh, thanks, Vanessa. Do you want to stay in the meeting, Vanessa, or can we put you back in the waiting room?
I would like to stay in the meeting, but if it's easier, you can also put me back in the waiting room.
I think you can. I would just ask you to put your line on mute.
Okay.
All right. Seeing that Bethany's not able to join us this evening, the next item on our agenda is a presentation by Dr. Burgess, our Assistant Superintendent, to review the New Jersey Department of Education school self-assessment for Voorhees and Hunterdon High School, determining under the Anti-Bullying Bill of Rights District and School Grade Report for the year 2020 to 2021.
Sure. Good evening, everybody.
Rich?
Thanks, Jess. So one of the requirements under the New Jersey Anti-Bullying Bill of Rights Act is that each school in the district has to convene a school safety committee. That school safety committee will then go through a checklist provided by the State Department of Education to evaluate how we are adhering to that Anti-Bullying Bill of Rights Act. There is a total of 78 points that are possible for this score. Both the committees met at both North Hunterdon and Voorhees, and actually for the first time that I can remember, both schools have the same exact score. They both scored a 77 out of the 78. And you can see the attachments that were on there will show where they actually gave themselves less than perfect, and those are the areas that they'll continue to work on this year. So what happens next is that after the board accepts this, then it will be submitted to the New Jersey Department of Education through our county office. Then once that is affirmed in the spring, I'll be reporting to you again that they have affirmed these scores, and then they are posted on our website. So if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Did they both lose the point in the same spot?
No, actually it was two different spots. So same category, but two different items within the category. So. Any other questions? All right, that is my report. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Rich. We'll now go to a presentation by Rich Brown, Director of Curriculum Articulation and Student Achievement, to present the Fall 2021 Start Strong Assessment Scores.
Good evening, everybody. Am I able to share my screen yet?
You will be as soon as I can find you in a list here, Rich. Hold on.
Okay.
There we go. It's quite a list tonight, so.
Okay, I have it now. Thank you, Rich. All right, so good evening, everybody. I'm here tonight to share with you the results of the Start Strong administration, which students completed in September of 2021. There's a tremendous amount of information in these slides. I'm going to go over some of them pretty quickly and spend more time on some of the other slides. Although we're presenting these results today because we received the official results from the state, we've had the results since September. We've acted upon the results in September. The test was designed to be administered quickly and get the results in the hands of the teachers quickly. So we examined and acted upon these results months ago. The entire presentation is linked in the agenda. I'll give an overview of the test, then I'll give the district results, then I'll give the school results, I'll go over the results by gender, and then we'll go over at the end some intervention strategies that we're using to help students who are struggling. So I'm happy at the end to answer any questions that you have. So this state test was given to satisfy the federal requirement for ELA math and science high school testing. That was not done last spring when the state canceled the NJSLA assessment due to COVID. Start Strong is not the same assessment as the NJSLA. It was much shorter. It was given in 45 to 60 minutes, whereas NJSLA is over several days. And it covered a subset of standards. It didn't cover all of the standards that the NJSLA normally covers. And it also covered this subset of standards that students should have learned in the previous course. It was designed to give educators quick results. In fact, the results were available as soon as students hit submit, and so that teachers could use the information to inform their instruction. So for example, this slide shows the content that was covered on each of the assessments. So for example, the ELA 9 test included questions on a subset of the ELA 8 standards. So these tests, the Start Strong assessment was given to all freshmen and all sophomores for ELA. It was given to all students enrolled in Algebra 1, Geometry, and Algebra 2, and all freshmen and all seniors for science. Now, one thing I want to point out to you about these results is that we had previously in the curriculum committee gone over preliminary results. These results that I'm sharing with you, the official results, do not include the students who are part of the academies in the Hunterdon County Vocational School District. So even though for most of these students, we teach them ELA, we teach them math, we teach them science, because they are technically part of the Hunterdon County Vocational School District, they are not included in this report. So I want to explain the way that the results are reported. There's 3 different proficiency categories. More support needed, which is the lowest proficiency level, some support needed, which is the middle, and less support needed, which is the highest proficiency level. On this slide, you see the ELA results for the district. So around 60% of the students are in the highest proficiency level, that less support needed, and around 20% in the lowest proficiency level. So both ELA 9 and ELA 10 are included on that slide there. For math, only about 10% of our Algebra 1 students were in the highest proficiency level. That percentage increased as the math courses increased to 40% in geometry and 58% in Algebra 2. You can see that the percentage of students in the lowest proficiency level decreased the longer the students were in our district, starting with 64% in Algebra 1 to 32% in geometry and 14% in Algebra 2. So the longer that the students were with us, the better they performed on these assessments. For science, about half of the freshmen were in the middle proficiency level, with around a quarter of them in the lowest and a quarter of them in the highest proficiency level. Seniors, about half of them were in the highest proficiency level. So that's all the district results. The slides that are coming up now show the school breakdown. So the proficiency levels for ELA 9, which is this first slide here, by school were very similar. When you move into ELA 10, it was about 10% of the students at North Hunterdon, 10% more of the students at North Hunterdon were in the highest proficiency level, but still very similar. For Algebra 1, students at North Hunterdon performed slightly better than those at Voorhees. And again, all of the slides are linked in the agenda here. In geometry, the North Hunterdon students performed better than those at Voorhees. And again, they're fairly comparable, but the students at North performed a little better. And for Algebra 2, Voorhees students performed slightly better than those at North Hunterdon. Now, with science, the results are very similar for both schools. This is the freshman science, with around a quarter of the students in the highest proficiency level. And when you look at Science 12, the North Hunterdon seniors performed better than those at Voorhees for the Science 12 test. So that's all the school-specific information. I started with district, then the school breakdowns. We always like to look at some of the different subgroups within those groups. So we did look at the gender breakdown, female and male at both schools for each of these tests. For ELA 9, which is what this slide is showing, overall females in the district outperformed males for ELA 9. And then for ELA 10, it was an even wider margin where females outperformed the males for the ELA 10 assessment. When you look at the Algebra 1, females and males performed very similarly on the algebra assessment. The females slightly outperformed the males, but it was pretty close here. When you look at geometry, the males at Voorhees had lower scores than the other groups. And again, this is information that helps teachers look at some specific areas. If we see trends, we try to address those in the classes, that's for sure. Looking at Algebra 2, the results for Algebra 2 are very consistent. The Voorhees females did have the highest proficiency levels overall. And when you look at the Science 9, they were fairly consistent as well. The disparity in the highest proficiency level in females at those two schools I thought was interesting, where 31% of the females at Voorhees were in the highest proficiency level, but that drops to 16% at North. And by the way, this is all information for the 9th grade scores. We shared all this information with our sending districts. And with our articulation meetings, we examine all of these results and looked at the assessments as well. This is the first time for a state test that we were actually able to see the tests. So we were able to go through question by question. We can get breakdowns by standards. We can get breakdowns by questions. So in our articulation meetings, we were actually looking at the actual questions that students struggled with to see what we can do to better help those students. For Science 12, males did outperform females on the Science 12 test. So like I said, I went over district information, school information, and then breaking it down by gender. So I just wanted to end here with some of the intervention strategies that we went through. And again, we got these results in September. So we've been having intervention strategies ever since. One of the most important things that we had to do was, based on these results, reteach standards from the previous grade or the previous course. Like I said, these tests were assessing information from the previous grade. So a lot of times we had to go back and reteach some of this information. We continue with our English and math classes to monitor their progress through benchmark assessments. Obviously, we always have extra help during resource periods and after school. We're starting an after school tutoring program. And we've always had for the past few years a response to intervention program for students who are not meeting the standard. And obviously, we're continuing to do that to help our students be successful after these 2 years of disrupted learning due to COVID. So that is the presentation. Were there any questions that you wanted me to answer from this?
Rich, I have a question. It's John Mielek, and thanks for this information. I think it's a real handy tool. It really shows us a lot, whether it's from with all the breakouts. I have one question. Were we able to use this as a tool to evaluate our own instructors? I guess since a lot of those tests were for ninth graders, that's more indicative of how our sending districts are doing. But were we able to, the upperclassmen, were we able to, glean any information how our staff is performing?
Yeah, definitely from the ELA 10 and then the geometry and algebra 2 and the science 12. Yeah, one of the things that we were able to do is create reporting groups so that teachers could see individual student responses. All the reports that we can see as administrators, teachers in these reporting groups could also see. So one of the best things about this assessment was getting the data into the hands of the teachers as quickly as possible.
But more specifically, like for instance, if you have two teachers teaching an identical course and one of them is doing better, maybe we can see what techniques they're using and maybe what techniques to avoid, if we can do side-by-side comparisons.
Yeah, the data file that we get identifies the current teacher. It does not identify the previous teacher. So really the best way that we were able to do it is by looking at levels, CP, advanced, honors. The data file doesn't allow us to identify the teacher that they had last year, but we look at the course that they had last year to identify standards that students were struggling with as a whole. Were there any other questions?
So, Rich, this is Brian Chapman. There's a lot of data and a lot of ways to look at it. But one of the things that this assessment, which was not a replacement for NJSLA because of the things you articulated, but I'm sure those tests in the past have exposed some trends as well. Maybe North, Voorhees, increasing proficiency as the longer they stay in the district. Male, female. It's a very big question, really. But is there anything that kind of surprised you, like a trend that you had never seen before, which might say something about how different groups or places are responding to the learning loss that the COVID pandemic has led to?
Nothing really surprised me. When we typically give these presentations, you see side by side our scores against the overall state scores. The state specifically told us that we were not allowed to compare these results to the state results. We have received them since then. So I am able to compare. Let's just say that we performed, even though I'm not happy with these results, they are still much better than the overall state results. So based on the last 2 years, I'm not surprised by any of this information, especially because of this is a subset of standards. They were 45 to 60-minute tests. There was no writing included in this at all. It was all multiple choice. So, I'm really not surprised by these results. It helped us to identify some areas that we had to go back to reteach. But no, I don't think there was anything really surprising about them.
Thank you.
Sure.
Why are we not supposed to compare it to the state numbers?
I can only speculate, but actually I'll say this, at the December state board meeting, they did give a presentation on the state results, but the link to the presentation was not included on the agenda. Through public records, the newspapers did request them, so we are able to see them, but the state has not yet released those scores.
I mean, when somebody tells me you're not allowed to compare this data to something else, it kind of makes me think that the test is worthless. And it's
this is the first time the test has ever been given. It has not been normed. And I think that eventually the state will release the information, but I think that will be done after these presentations to the public are completed.
Rich, this is Glenn for Banish. I had a question. Does the school get access to a general score of how kids are doing or will be doing, an SAT, PSAT, AP scores? Will we be able to sort of gauge, sort of mark those over time, over the past couple of years also?
Yes, we get a lot of reports from the College Board with SAT and PSAT scores and things like that. So yeah, I think that is, especially with the PSAT, with all of the students taking those assessments, we've been taking a close look at how those scores are trending, especially throughout COVID. So we do get NAP information. We get a lot of reports.
Rich, has the state given any direction on their assessment on how long they anticipate students need to recoup their learning loss? Like, are they saying anticipate it's being spread out over 3 years to recoup? Any direction from the state?
No, they really haven't said how long it's going to take students to recover. We know it's going to take a long time, and we know that it's going to affect some students more than others. It's hard to pinpoint just how long, but we know it's going to take years to get them back to where they need to be. I mean, COVID was a definite disruption, and although our teachers have done a great job and we've created a schedule throughout the time to try to make the best of the situation, we know that we've lost a lot of instruction during these times. So it's going to take a few years. I'll say this: a lot of the ESSER funds that we've been given, that we have about 2.5 years to spend that money. So that gives a good indication of how long it's going to take. Any other questions? All right. Well, thank you so much for your time.
Thanks, Rich. Rich or Maren, I think we have Bethany in the waiting room now. I'm wondering if we can go back to get her report, and we could let her in and get her report.
She's actually in the meeting. 8865 is her number. Bethany, can you unmute?
Can you hear me?
We can, Bethany.
Hello?
Thank you for joining us this evening.
Oh, thank you for having me.
Bethany, can you? Nope, go right ahead. I just wanted to introduce you as representing Voorhees, and if you can give your report.
Oh, yes, of course. So yes, I'm the Voorhees representative. And for this report, I'd like to first highlight the Voorhees administration staff. During the surge of the Omicron variant, the staff was able to conform to these unprecedented times accordingly. I commend the flexibility of the staff and students, and I'm proud of how seamless the transition was and how our outlook has drastically improved. On another note, the Voorhees Key Club, held a giving tree that was able to provide a large number of families with gifts for the holidays.
The National English Honor Society raised $140 through Dolly Parton's Imagination Station in December. This allowed free books for kids all across the country. For sports, the girls' basketball team is currently 10-1, and the boys are close with a 9-2 record. Boys fencing also has come out strong with a 6-1 record for the winter season. That is all for the month of January, so thank you.
Thank you, Bethany. We appreciate you joining us this evening.
Thank you once again for having me.
Thanks. At this point, I'd like to move to the Chief School Administrator's report.
Thank you. I just first want to commend the teachers and the students. It's been a difficult couple of weeks, a lot of absences, had some difficulty filling classes, but like the student representatives mentioned, everybody did a fabulous job of making the best of a difficult situation. So thank you for all of your efforts. I am happy to report that the number of positive COVID-19 cases in our high schools continues to decrease since the surge we saw upon returning to school. You can view the weekly totals on the COVID dashboard found on the district website. We did extend the temporary virtual instruction option for another 2 weeks through February 4th. That affects 138 students who have opted for virtual learning across the district. We will continue virtual learning for any students who are quarantined due to COVID. Registration for spring sports opens on January 31st in Aspen. Spring sports begins on March 7th or 11th. As a reminder, the Board of Education has approved the addition of a boys volleyball team as a spring sport starting this year at both high schools. We are officially halfway through the school year as today marks the first day of the second semester and third marking period. We wish our students well for the second half of the year and encourage students to reach out to their teachers or school counselor if they need assistance in any way. Tonight, I am also privileged to announce the selections of the 2021-2022 Governor's Educator of the Year program. The teachers who are being recognized this year are Mike Audi, science teacher at North Hunterdon High School, and Reed Kirby, social studies teacher at Voorhees High School. Our educational service professionals are Ann Samanchek, special ed, ESP at North Hunterdon High School, and Patricia Tomchak, school nurse at Voorhees High School. Congratulations to all of you and thank you for everything you do for our kids every day. HIB report for today, or for the reporting period starting in November. We had 7 cases reported. 5 of those were founded. 3 founded in December and 2 were founded in November. And then just reiterating the report from November, we had 1 founded case from October. I need a motion.
So moved.
Moved.
Second.
And we'll go to a voice vote. All in favor? Aye.
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 Any opposed? Abstentions? Any questions?
Jess, sorry,
Any-
abstention.
I'm sorry? You're abstaining, Kim?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Motion carries.
And then
Thanks,
the
Kim.
monthly reports are attached for your information. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff. At this point in time, we're going to go to the school. I'm just going to let you know that our regular scheduled meeting will be held again on February 22nd of 2022 at 7 o'clock in the district office. And at this point, I'd like to go to our committee reports. Rob, I know you weren't at policy, but do you have notes to report out on, or?
I do.
Awesome, thank you.
I do. Thanks, Jess.
Thanks.
The Policy and School Security Committee met on January 17th. In attendance were Glenn Farbanish, Dan Spanton, Ryan Hoffman and Jess Vioto. I was absent from that meeting. From the minutes and from follow-up conversations about the meeting, there were a couple topics discussed. One, we have a group of second readings of mandatory policies that you've had the opportunity to review. Most of that is Strauss-Esme language cleanup. Also in that is policy 1240, which we did more of the revisions to, which was cleaning up and streamlining the language around the evaluation of the superintendent. So those are up for second readings tonight. And then there's a couple of first and only readings of mandatory regulations. Again, mandatory Strauss-Esme cleanup. And then there's a litany of first readings. None were dramatic changes or substantive changes. So if anybody has any questions on those first readings, we can talk about them, or you can provide those questions, and we can talk about them at the next policy meeting and address them before second reading next month. There was further discussion on the ongoing topic of our policy around remote participation by board members, and the decision of the committee was to table that pending some expected future legislative guidance as a result of learnings about remote meeting attendance from so much remote meeting happening during COVID. And so the committee is recommending tabling that until we see what that guidance is from the state. There was brief discussion about the reading of public comments submitted by email. That is a requirement, and just reiterating that requirement, that the reading of those submissions that were requested to be read during public comment, those should also be limited to 3 minutes of reading time, consistent with the public speakers who are speaking live. And they should be read after the public speakers who have come to the meeting to talk, and they should be within the constraints of the approved time for public comment. And then there was some brief discussion on regulation 9130. And I think it was discussed that this is a good opportunity for the policy committee to potentially revisit that policy for review of learnings. We have a lot of action to take resulting from that. 9130, the policy on regulation. And I think we have an opportunity to see after the fact the effectiveness and whether there's anything that we can look to tweak to make it even more effective in the future, should it need to be utilized. So that's the report of the policy committee. And if there's any questions, I'll defer to somebody who was there, probably.
Hi, Rob. It's Tara. Quick question regarding the public comment by email. What policy number is that? I didn't catch that.
Oh, good question. Good question.
I just want to look it up and see what's going forward.
It's policy 0164.6.
Perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hey, Rob, two questions. One is your first and only reading and your second readings have two policies that are overlap. They're the same policy, 1240 and 5751, but they're different. Like, could you just explain why they're in two different buckets? The same policy is in a first reading, only reading, and then a second reading?
The regulations are regulations don't actually require board approval, and so they're regular.
Oh, they're regulations and policies.
They're both regulations that are in the first
first
and only reading of regulations.
Okay.
So it's more of a courtesy reading, I guess, is I think how it functions. So regulations aren't necessarily approved by the board, but
okay,
policies are.
So this cleanup happened because we had somebody help us make sure we're lined up with requirements.
Yeah, so the dozen or so policies that are up for reading this month is a pretty high number, but there's always every month. I think that's part of how Strauss Esme stays in business, honestly. Those are my feelings.
You're using some fancy Latin term. This is an outfit.
Yeah, Strauss Esme is a policy consulting company that I think the New Jersey School Boards Association provides a policy consulting service. Strauss Esme provides a policy consulting service, and I think somebody who knows better will have to keep me honest, but I think their value proposition is that they scour the legislation and the court rulings and the Department of Education, and then they make policy language recommendations based on their expertise in that area. And so typically on language like, changing the word from pupil to student, or, things like that, there's a lot of recommendations that are just like changing of language. And then other times there's recommendations that are more substantive, or policy elements move from one policy to another, depending on, how that wind's blowing.
Okay.
And I'm not an expert in this area. And so anybody who is an expert and who wants to clarify or correct anything I just said, now would be the time.
We're not experts, Brian, which is why we pay Strauss Esme to scrub our policies every year. It's a service that you'll see show up on our board minutes about every 3 years that we pay for this service for them to keep us current and keep it in litigation.
Perfect. Then one last question then is the list of abolished policies. Can you speak to why the two that we're talking about, children displaced by domestic violence and religious holidays, they're now subsumed into something else, or it would seem like a strange list of topics to just say we have no opinion on these anymore.
Yeah, I think it's exactly right. Is that those topics were incorporated into other policies, and I think actually the notes within those policy documents themselves say where they were redirected to. So the standalone policy on children displaced by domestic violence is being abolished, but that concept is absorbed elsewhere.
That's good. Thank you.
I think in committee, there might even be notes in the committee notes as to what they were absorbed into. I know we covered that in the meeting.
Yes. So policy 5114, which is the displaced children, is now covered in policy 2476, and 8810, which is religious holidays, is now captured in 2270.
All right.
So
anybody else? Oh.
Yeah, I have a question, Rob. So I maybe I missed it, but it's unclear. So you said we have to read the emails that are sent to the board as part of public session now?
I think so. Jess or John, keep me honest. I don't know that we have to read every email that's sent to the board, but emails that are requested to be read aloud.
They're specifically addressed for public comment. So not every email that is received in email is a public comment email. The ones that are directed to the board secretary for public comment are the ones we are speaking of.
Right. So, but if that's going to be the case, then moving forward, we have 30 minutes per policy for public comment. So somebody's going to have to make the determination that when do you stop giving public comment to the people who were there to start reading somebody's email?
It was determined that after the 30 minutes that we would read the letters for 3 minutes each into public comment.
So
if the letters extended beyond, there's 2 letters today, Roger. So if the letters extend beyond 3 minutes, they'll be published in the agenda, but we will stop reading them as we would if somebody were commenting.
So we're amending our policy to 30 minutes for public comment?
The policy.
Can I jump in, Jess? I just wanted to say, this is only for virtual meetings. I don't know if that helps answer your question, Roger. This only in context like this, do we have to read the letters? Does that clarify a little bit?
Makes me happier.
Yeah, okay.
What is
it's
policy in regular meetings? Because this came up
at
in
regular meetings. It's an Open Public Meetings Act, and we'll have the people in attendance are represented in person.
No,
it's
but
only to accommodate for any
we
challenges
read
joining a
letters.
virtual meeting.
We read letters in regular meetings though before. So how are we addressing that instance?
John, do you have any guidance for us on that one?
Yeah, good evening, everyone, and I appreciate Ryan's clarification. And she's correct that during virtual meetings, that written comments received by the public requested to be read in public comment are to be read. I do not believe that our policy speaks to, or that there is legal requirement that we read into the record correspondence we have received when we're in person. And I would think that that is at the discretion of the presiding officer of the meeting. Jess, I don't know if you're muted.
Thank you. That concludes my report.
Thanks, Rob. Can we move on to personnel, Shally?
Yes, good evening, everyone. Personnel Committee met on January 19th, virtually at 6:30 p.m. All committee members were in attendance, as well as Jessica Viato and Mr. Burgesses. We discussed the personnel portion of the agenda, and that's all I have for you tonight. Thank you.
Thanks, Shally. Curriculum, instruction and technology.
Thank you, Jess. The curriculum committee met on January 19th. All members were in attendance, as well as Mr. Rich Brown was there to give a presentation. We had 3 topics. It was a very long meeting. The first topic, we had a COVID instruction update, which Mr. Bender already went through, so I won't give any, it's the same updates. The second topic, we went through 6 agenda items. The first being the Start Strong presentation that Mr. Brown just presented to us. There was updates to us on that, as well as updates on the funding. We got a little bit more specific guidance on that. And there was a discussion around what are some other things we can do in the district to help, whether it be, I guess, previous meetings, which I was not on the committee, had discussed smaller class sizes, and that was tabled to have the finance committee look at that with the administration, just to see if that's even appropriate within the budget due to our budget constraints that are pending. We went through the English language learners, the ELL 3-year plan. We discussed that because our community is growing. Our student population in that program is growing. So the administration is going to, Hunterdon Central, which is where our students are attending. And they're just checking in on the program, making sure that they're happy with it. And so that we can continue to use that program for our students. We had an update on our home instruction, our out-of-district placements, reapproval of the 2022-2023 calendar that we will be voting on this evening, as well as the professional consultant list, all very self-explanatory. And then the last item that we discussed, the third, was the winter benchmark assessment results. That were reviewed by all of us. And then the action items are, we discussed with Mr. Brown as well as Dr. Burgess, just to make sure that the teachers are absolutely adapting their instruction to take into account the learning loss that has happened over the past 2 years, as well as this year. And that's very important. Anybody have any questions? Okay, thank you.
Deb, I'm on that committee, and so has Kim been on that committee in the past as well. So this is your first time. We have been talking, this learning loss that has hit everybody, the entire world actually. We've been talking about that for a while, as evidenced by scores and testing and things like that. And our discussion is kind of, I think, was kind of focused on class sizes, because that's a kind of a suggestion that the board can, there's a policy about when classes, how big can they be and how small can they be before they're, and that we might narrow that down, particularly in some of the areas that have been showing poor testing, say the Algebra 1 as an example. So the heads up on the budget side was around, if the board were to adopt for an anticipated short period of time, 3 years or something like that. The question was asked earlier, how long is this going to take? But that we would recommend that there be a kind of a smaller class size to give more attention, individual attention to students that need it. That would likely mean that you'd end up, hiring an extra teacher or something like that, which has obviously budget implications. So at some point, I think we need as a board to discuss that topic. Is, do we want to try to help these students that are struggling, as evidenced by the testing, by providing them more individual attention? They're already doing things like tutoring and after school, and they're trying to, the administration is taking a lot of steps already, but the step of adding teachers or for help, that's one that they need the board to get behind before they can take.
So Brian, in your committee meeting, is there a recommendation on that, or is it just that idea sort of forming that there are like instances where smaller class sizes would be of value, and that you're giving a heads up about a recommendation that could be coming subsequently?
Could be coming subsequently. The way
Brian, and to Brian's point,
excuse me.
Sorry, Deb.
We left it was that everyone liked the idea on the committee, but we, when we were discussing it, Dr. Burgess explained to us how, because I believe Roger Straight brought up that it's right now the time is happening for budgets for next year. So Dr. Burgess said he would go back, which is what his role is, and talk to the finance committee as well as the administration on what does that look like? Do we have the budget to do this? And then we would take the next steps when we get that information.
Yes, and to tag on to that, Deb, it was the discussion was, and speaking with Rich regarding that, we asked about the class sizes, and I believe it's a best practice. I don't know if it necessarily is policy, and Rich can address that, a 15 minimum, 30 maximum, and that was the discussion. Could we go lower? Is it necessitated? Looking at the Start Strong scores, and between Rich Brown and building administration, they were going to review that, identify the areas, and if so, make a recommendation to the board, and the board would have that discussion. But what the board would like, the committee had asked, is to have that recommendation sooner than later with budget season coming. Did I hit that right, Brian?
I agree with that. Yeah, and obviously it's not a this school year thing; it's a next school year thing. And the other piece of information is that the administration made sure we know is we're right in the middle or right towards the end of class picking season, so they'll know better what the class, what classes will look like next year. So they wanted that data before they made any recommendation, which I think is a sound thing to do. And because it's not until the 2022-23 school year that we make any changes, the only timing thing is just to make sure that the budget, that we don't miss the train. If there is an increase in staffing warrant, if that is an outcome of the recommendation process, that the budget, that people don't tell us, great, you should have told us that 2 months ago.
Thanks, Brian. Does anyone else have any discussion items before we move to community relations? All right, Tara, can you let us know about the Community Relations and Student Affairs Committee?
Of course. Thank you so much, Jessica. Our committee met on January 20th at 6 p.m. All of our board members were present. And in addition, we had Rich Burgas, Dr. Burgas, and Maren Smagala. Jeff Bender touched upon our COVID-19 activity and the New Jersey Department of Health revised guidance. The virtual instruction was extended, as he noted, till February 4th. And as our board representatives from both schools, the student representatives noted that a lot of the students, some are taking advantage of that, but many of them prefer to be in school. The other agenda item we had on that was the new Polytech building that's going to go in the North Hunterdon campus. The superintendent of the North Hunterdon County Vocational School District will be giving our board and the community a presentation and overview of the new Polytech facility, which is going to be built at North Hunterdon's campus on a future board meeting. It may be February, but it might not be till March because of all the items going on in the next 2 months. Once that presentation comes, we'll be able to see the architectural design. The vocational school district received an additional $5 million from the Hunterdon County Board of Commissioners, in addition to state funding. But I know because of, and as we all know, because of supply chain issues, the cost has been increasing from the original plans, but there's been grants submitted, and the hope is, and as Dr. Bonsa will present with us as a district and a community, where the funding will come from for the full funding of the site. It's an outstanding proposition and opportunity for our district to have a Polytech facility in the north part of Hunterdon County. And as a board, we should be so excited that it's coming to our campus, and it's going to give the students in our district the opportunity to participate in all of the facets and educational opportunities that Polytech offers our students. And other than that, that's it. Any questions? Okay, thank you.
At this point, do we have any updates from were there any meetings in regards to the vocational school, the New Jersey School Board Association, or the Hunterdon County School Boards Association? Or Jeff, was there anything with the Hunterdon County ESC?
We still need Mr. Mielek to report out to Finance Committee.
Oh, I'm so sorry. John, forgive me. Take us to finance and facilities. I am.
I'll be quick. The committee met virtually last Monday evening. It was a quick meeting, but we just started talking about some budgetary issues regarding curriculum. And so my segue into that is just to give you the timeline for our budget. We're going to be presenting a preliminary budget to the board at our March meeting. So we will have a lot more details in February for you. So as things are developing, what I do know, keeping us current with what we can expect no matter what in next year's budget, we're looking at an additional 1.3 million in expenditures for salaries, benefits, And that comes with a decrease yet again of $500,000 in state aid. So that's, 1.8 million we have to find before we do anything else. Our other discussion centered around the referendum, which we've discussed at previous meetings, there's a list of projects out there which we haven't settled on the exact list. We've scoped it. We're still soliciting input from board members, and we will have more details and look for more specific scope of work for that proposed referendum as we move through this year. So please, if you have interest or questions or critiques, reach out to the committee, myself or the administration, and we can address it. That's all I have. I'll entertain any other questions.
John, why do we lose $500,000 every year, you said, from the state?
Yes, we've been in, Katie, correct me if I'm wrong, I think we're in this will be year 4 of a reduction overall. It was millions of dollars were identified that needed to be trimmed from our state funding allocation. So this has been phased in, and we've been experiencing it for the last several years. And the current reduction that is being proposed is an additional $500,000. So cumulatively, I'll leave that number to Jeff or Katie.
Just as John had alluded to, we'll have a lot more information on where we have been and where we're going as we move forward through the budget season. So expect more on that in February.
If I can chime in briefly, Katie, these are all S2 reductions, correct?
That's correct.
So Glenn, we'll be talking further about it, but the legislature retooled the state public school state aid funding formula through a bill called Senate Bill 2 a number of years back. And there are some winners and there's some significant losers. And some districts have lost a significant percentage of funding. We're amongst them. And it's required our administration and the board to really sharpen pencils over the last number of years, because as indicated, state aid continues to shrink and shrink and shrink. And the budget that can go out is also capped at a certain amount. But again, as indicated, there'll be further information about that, but this is all consistent with Senate Bill 2.
Thanks, John. Any other comments for facilities? No? Okay, any report outs from our representatives at for Hunterdon County Vocational, the NJSBA, or our Hunterdon County School Boards Association? Were there any meetings last month? No?
No. Our delegate is May and November of every year. They do it biannually.
Okay, thanks, Tara.
Jess, the Hunterdon County School Boards Association first meeting is this week, so I'll be going on Thursday.
Wonderful, wonderful. And Jeff, was there anything you needed to report out on?
ESC is distributing a survey amongst all its member districts, looking for information on how to, what services we need them to provide.
Okay, thanks, Jeff. All right, returning to our agenda. Now is the opportunity for public comment. During this portion of the meeting, the public is invited to address the school board with questions or comments. The public is requested to sign the register provided with this purpose and state their name, municipality of residence, group affiliation if applicable, and direct their comments to the school board president. While the comments will be considered and a response will be forthcoming if and when appropriate, school board members will not respond to the speaker at the time of their appearance. The public comment period will be a maximum of 30 minutes in length unless there are unusual circumstances. Those appearing to be allocated will be allocated 3 minutes to speak, and no one will be permitted to speak twice until those who have not yet had an opportunity to speak have a turn. And Rich, I cannot I don't have a full view of the waiting room, so I'm going to ask your help with letting people in.
Sure. I can let people in. If for anyone that's listening, as well as participating in the waiting room, if I can just ask a couple things. So we have quite a few people in the waiting room. We're going to do our best to get through them. For a matter of making this as efficient as possible, number one, if I can ask everyone before I let you in to make sure that your YouTube is broadcast is turned off, because otherwise we get an echo in the background, and that usually takes a little extra time. And then also, as soon as your comments are completed, if you can then leave the meeting, that way I don't have to put you back in the waiting room. And again, that saves some time so that other people can be let in. I can't let somebody else in until you leave the meeting. So that being the case, I'm going to just try to pick people from random. And it looks like Kara Morris is going to be the first person I will admit.
Hi, can you guys hear me okay?
We can, Tara. Thank you. Or Kara.
Yeah. Hi, my name is actually Albin. I'm using my mom's phone for the time being. I'm from Clinton. I graduated from North, and it's easily some of the best experiences of my life. I just wanted to say you won't find my name on any of the yearbooks because I am a trans person who changed their name. The reason why I wanted to just come in is because I watched the video from last week's or the other week's meeting, and I'm genuinely not surprised about the responses that these parents were saying and citing out. I know I'm not surprised because I experienced their children saying these things to me when I was in high school. I'm not surprised that these things were said, and I'm not surprised that they believe these things. I recall all the times my mother and I let young queer people stay at my house because their parents wouldn't accept them. And I remember the times that I took young trans women shopping because when she came out, her dad threw her against a wall and threatened her. Like, this is nothing that was said at that meeting was a surprise. But what does surprise me is that the school was considering and is considering actually endorsing the behavior that was discussed at that meeting and planning on following through on a debate that lasted the last 4 months. The fact that that's considered this long sickens me and makes me honestly a bit ashamed. What happened to my high school? I originally had asked if I could run for prom king, and the school had backed me up and made meetings to make sure that I felt safe and comfortable and supported by my school. And I loved that. And I felt part of a community. And I feel like what these adults seem not to realize, and I feel like I should use adults in quotes based on in my opinion, childish behavior, was that queer people exist and we have rights and feelings that are currently being protected by our government. And whether or not you agree that we're perversions or shouldn't have rights is not up for debate. We have the right and should be able to have the right to read about our elders who fought and died to have my civil liberties protected. And just because some adults seem to think that discussing that dicks are dirty or gross or whatever the quote was is sad, and that we're here and we're real and are human. And there's many of them in the North Hunterdon-Voorhees system. And the fact that the school and these adults think that brushing it away or banning the discussion of them through certain books is just honestly just makes me sad. And I know that whether or not anything gets involved, no one really cares about my opinion in this matter, but I felt like I needed to say this and just say that the people that graduated from Voorhees and North and are LGBT are watching this. And I feel like there's countless generations of young queer Clinton, Annandale, Voorhees kids that will be affected by your decision tonight or in the future. So thank you for my time, and I appreciate you guys listening to me.
Thank you, Alvin. Rich, do you want to bring in the next?
Yep, next person coming in is Jude Gepp.
Okay. Hi, Jude. Are you off mute? Are you off mute?
Yeah, give me one moment. All right, just setting up my document real quick. All right, so hello, my name is Jude Jepp. I'm a student at North Hunterdon High School, and I live in Annandale. Have you read the report submitted by the Reconsideration Committee? Did you notice that it's filled with grammatical errors? If I submitted that as a persuasive essay to my English teacher, she would have to give me an F and a paper covered in red ink. I have a few things to add to the 8-sentence report on This Book is Gay, the book that you're preparing to ban tonight. This Book is Gay is the winner of the 2018 Garden State Teen Book Award. That's an award presented annually by the young adult section of the New Jersey Library Association, voted on by teen readers. Other notable books that have received the same award, will you be banning them too? Booklist also named This Book is Gay to its list of top 10 books for LGBTQ youth in 2015. In its starred review of This Book is Gay, Booklist highly recommended the work for grades 8 through 12. They called it witty, wise, and so packed with information, it's hard to imagine a reader who won't learn something new. Apparently, your Reconsideration Committee has quite the imagination, because it has recommended removing this learning opportunity from the district's nearly 2,500 student readers. But how did I, an ignorant youth, come across this information? I used the tools that this district has so generously supplied. Our library of research databases. Thank you for those resources. I trust that I've provided you with new and useful information, and I hope these facts will compel you to vote against the resolution to ban This Book is Gay. And finally, I'd like to direct your attention to the QR code. This leads to a website that I've designed that will continually be updated as this process continues. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jude.
Okay, next we have Mitchell coming on.
Can the board hear me?
We can. Thank you, Mitchell.
Okay. Hello, my name is Mitchell DaCosta, and I'm a freshman at Northern Lebanon. And I'm here today to talk about the deplorable actions taking place outside these meetings in the wake of the book bans. Myself and many students, some of whom are here today, have been called many names, including homophobic slurs, just for speaking out about what they believe or by donning a small piece of cloth, such as the rainbow mask, showing support to other students. I personally have also received death threats just from creating a peaceful petition to fight for what I and many other students believed in. I have one of those messages I received from a student here today, and I quote, "Take down this petition or I will come after you." At this point, I had not even spoken openly about my beliefs. I had simply just made a petition. Some teachers were also afraid of signing this petition, fearing the loss of their job if they tried to support their own students. I also know multiple people who cannot join this movement because of their fear of being harassed and even kicked out of their own homes for being themselves. However, I would like to point out how many people at the school showed support. With over 200 signing this petition in 1 week, and many more who have come to the past few board meetings. I would also like to thank the board and the committees for finally coming to a decision on these books, but I would also like to ask the board not to ratify the result from the committee decision on This Book is Gay by Juno Dawson. After reviewing the committee's decision, I believe that almost all of the committee's reasons for banning these books can be easily disproved. I would first like to say that of all the information in the book, I can only find one piece of outdated evidence. On page 126, it says that there are 80-ish countries in which same-sex marriage is legal. The up-to-date fact is 79, as Ecuador and Chile made it legal. Another point brought up by the board in the decision that This Book is Gay is because it contained content that wasn't covered in the school's sex ed program, and the book contained outdated information. I believe the board should know that the book covers more than the school's teen pet program because the program is based off New Jersey legal code that is older than the actual book itself, which, for those wondering, is to the 2014 NJSLS for Comprehensive Health and Physical Education. If they think that book is outdated, then we need to change the whole curriculum as well. Overall, the committee's decision on banning This Book is Gay contains many faults, and I ask that the board consider these faults in their decision on the book and consider what has been happening outside the Board of Ed meetings as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mitchell.
Okay, I have Amy Hansen coming in.
Okay. Amy, I think you're off mute and able to speak. Oh, you're back on mute.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Amy.
Darn. Can you hear me?
We can hear. Amy, we can hear you.
Darn. Oh gosh. Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay,
Can
so
you hear
sorry
us?
about that. I was muted. I just want to say thank you to the Board of Ed for your volunteer service. And I want to congratulate the 3 students who spoke just now. They're extremely courageous, and I support them entirely. I'm a mom. My daughter graduated from North Hunterdon, and our kids, you know, they're dealing with so much in this world, and they don't need to be told who to love or who not to love. And I think we need to support our students, and certainly book banning should not be part of the Board of Ed's activities. Banning these books does not make sense, and kids need information. They're going to find it anyway. And we don't need to harm them by shaming or, calling them out and banning books because we don't think they're intelligent enough to handle information. So I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Amy. Rich, you ready with the next?
Yeah, I was just waiting for
person?
Amy to pop off.
Oh, man. I don't know if you can remove her from the meeting. I think I could put her in the waiting room.
Yeah,
There,
okay,
she's in
there
the
we go.
waiting room.
All right, we're going to have Joseph Mamone.
Joseph, I believe you're off mute, or you're back on mute.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
Okay, I'd like to share my video. Hello.
Hi.
All right, let me pull up my document. Good evening. My name is Joseph Mamone. I'm from Boston, Massachusetts, North Hunterdon class of 2012. I was a teen PEP educator during my time at North, and I'm currently a suicide researcher at Harvard University. I've spent the past 4 months watching angry community members shamelessly threaten the board over concerns about the queer literature discussed. Because of my disappointment in this community I grew up in, I came here today to argue that our collective focus should move towards the queer young adults actually reading these books. Your district goals entrust you with the responsibility to promote what are on paper very worthy goals. Foster a positive, encouraging environment, provide supports for mental health, focus on equity and inclusion. When I was a student here, I did not benefit from an encouraging environment shaped by equity and inclusion. I faced bullying and shaming. I'd raise my hand, students would yell faggot from the back of the classroom, and my teacher wouldn't even acknowledge it happened. It got so bad that my guidance counselor hospitalized me after I disclosed how this bullying made me want to die. Sadly, the statistics show my experience is not unique. Queer students are twice as likely to be bullied, 4 times as likely to seriously consider suicide, and when making a suicide attempt, tend to use more lethal methods compared to heterosexual peers. The book we're talking about tonight, This Book is Gay, is one that exudes acceptance for the reader, offers balanced advice on the benefits and dangers of coming out. It details what it means to hold various identities, and yes, it provides advice for how to practice safe sex, which is the central issue tonight. Sex between same-sex partners has unique health considerations which leave both parties at higher risks for STIs, especially HIV, if neither party knows how to properly practice safe sex. None of us wants our children's first sexual encounter to also be marked as the day they contracted a lifelong disease, gay or straight, which is why safe sex practices are taught in our health classes and in Team PEP, but only from the heterosexual perspective. This book contains that information for same-sex partners where the health curriculum falls short. The question tonight is, why is this the responsibility of a high school library? Remember that these 13 through 16, 18-year-olds rely on their parents who may be very unaccepting. Myself, I was kicked out when I came out. The reality is that possession of this book at home is not without real danger. As a result, the safest place for our students to access this knowledge is at the school, in the library. Since This Book is Gay came to our school library in 2015, it has been checked out 31 times. 31 students who found acceptance, insight, and knowledge about how to be responsible with their bodies where they otherwise could not. Also, in those 7 years, only 31 students of the more than 18,000 who have passed through the halls in that time checked out this book. The alarms sounding from parents in this district about this book's widespread corruption of our youth are ungrounded. Less than 5 students a year are affected by this book, and there's no evidence that effect has been negative. Sarah Kate Ellis of GLAAD has said all leaders must speak up against hostile rhetoric and behavior targeting vulnerable young people and books about their lives. I beg you to be such leaders. Focus on these students, the isolated teens who are seeking a safe space inside this book. Thank you.
Thank you, Joseph.
Okay. I'm going to jump down the list to Linda Tripp.
Hi, Linda, you're off mute. Linda, can you hear us? Linda?
It looks like she's still connecting, Jess, so we'll give a couple more seconds.
Okay. Yeah, I can't see that. Looks like, Linda, I think you're muted now. Can I ask you to unmute? There you
Hello?
go. Yeah.
Oh, hang on, let me mute my Facebook.
Looks like, Linda, I think you're muted now. Can I ask you to unmute?
Hello?
Yeah.
Oh, hang on, let me mute my Facebook.
Looks like, Linda, I think you're muted now. Linda, we're ready to hear you speak.
Hello?
Yeah.
Hi, thank you. I want to thank all the volunteers on the school board for participating and what takes, I'm sure, an extreme amount of your time. As a librarian, I'm a public school librarian, but I'm also a parent of 2 previous students in the district. I want to support the school media specialist at your school, whose book, I guess, she chose this book based on her qualifications. She is a nationally recognized librarian, and I just want to support her as a member of the community, as a former parent, and as a current librarian who understands the importance of offering books for all students. And I feel like as a member of the community, I object to having certain parents decide what's appropriate for all students. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thanks, Linda.
Okay, I'm going to jump up to Carolyn Liquinco.
I don't see her, Rich.
She just popped on.
Oh, there she is. Hi, Carolyn. I need you to, can you please take yourself off mute?
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
We can.
Hi. So I too wanted to speak to resolution 0125229. And this may be a technical oversight, but wanted to speak to it anyways. So for policy 9130, the purpose of it is to support the educate. Hello.
We got you.
Okay.
We got you. Oh,
is to support the entire district and all the students within the district. Obviously, the superintendent is in charge of forming the committee and is aware of the results. So as y'all know, the committee did meet and found that the author of this book, I'll go ahead and quote it, presents the book as facts with no backup authority for the facts. NHV's point in sex ed is about awareness, not how to. The book presents information that goes beyond what would be taught in school. There are a lot of questions about the appropriateness for the population of school-aged kids. The book seems irresponsible in the way that it presents information, and that there are many explicit descriptions of sexual behavior. So my question to the board is regarding the resolution that states that the removal is only applicable for North Hunterdon High School Library. And I want to make certain that that is a technical oversight and that this book, considering the findings of this committee being presented to the board and to the superintendent, that the book is going to be removed from the district and not just North Hunterdon High School, including all the online resources that the joint media centers utilize for the students to provide information. And that's really my main question. Thank you.
All right. Max Moore.
Thanks, Hi, Max. We can't hear you. Mm-mm.
Can you guys hear me?
Now we can. Thank you.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. So with everyone talking about This Book is Gay by Juno Dawson, I bought myself a copy of it. Technically, my dad bought it for me, but assuming, of course, that the copy in the library was already taken out. I read This Book is Gay in a little over a day, and I was shocked. This was the book that the committee deemed too explicit for students. Of all of the books on the list, this was the one that arguably helped students the most, was causing the most controversy. And for all the talk of protecting the students, there's been very little communication with us. As far as I'm aware, there's been no communication with either Voorhees or North's Gay Straight Alliance clubs. I found out about the committee's recommendation at a fencing competition, where as a trans athlete fencing on the men's team, it is already a stressful situation enough. I was angry and surprised. Going forward, I would encourage the board to consider more communication with the students that banning these books will protect. For those who don't already know, This Book is Gay is more or less a gay sex education. It does an amazing job filling in the gaps that the school's curriculum fails to. In sex ed, we talk candidly and openly about wet dreams and masturbation, the language always centered around heterosexual students. Even when Voorhees' Spectrum Club gave a presentation for the freshman health classes, which I helped create, The objective was informing straight students. If the board was willing to make a committee to remove this book, I challenged the board to convene a committee to write a sex education curriculum for queer students. I would also like to address the committee's review of the book. Admittedly, there is outdated information on the queer community, the language often missing the mark, especially when it comes to transgender people. But bear in mind, this is a community that updates its language and terminology almost monthly. It's a community that has come further in the past 5 years than the 20 years preceding. We need to trust that students will read critically and not take everything as stated. The book is not irresponsible in presenting its information, it's casual and applying to its mainly teen audience. The board cannot think about banning this book without making any strides to include queer-based sex education. In taking this action, the board would demonstrate that they not only wish to deprive queer students of sex education in the curriculum, but also deprive them of the ability to fill in the gaps that the board and the school's curriculum have created. Thank you.
All right, let's have Jax Carey.
Hi, Jax. Can you unmute your line?
Yes, hello.
There you go. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jax Carey. I am a sophomore at Voorhees High School. First of all, I want to say thank you to the board members for your willingness to listen to us and have public comment open. It hurts me to see so many adults going back and forth about the banning of books. Banning these books directly affects the students, so I encourage the board to listen to the stories and the information from the students. Margaret Edwards, an American educator and librarian who has an award named after her, once said, quote, "Too many adults wish to protect teenagers when they should be stimulating them to read of life as it is lived." End quote. This talk of protecting teenagers or protecting the children is something that has been along for a very long time. I ask, what are you protecting the students from? Reading and expanding the knowledge? I read most of the books that people want to ban, and they're good informational books. Lawn Boy is a book about socioeconomics. It is in no way a sexual book. Genderqueer is a book about a young individual who is finding himself. Trans Teen Speaks Out is a book about shared experiences within the transgender community. The books that contain sexual content are educational in what the school lacks of sex ed. If you want to ban these books, you should also take out sex ed or add sex ed to obtain to queer students. So I ask again, what are you protecting the students from? I say students and not children because there are legal adults, 18-year-olds, attending our school. These people are teenagers, young adults, but they are not children. The books that we have in the library and the books that people want to ban are aimed at young adults, and that is what we are. Please do question what you might be protecting us from. If you think you're protecting us from the dangers of this world, you are not. You're not protecting us from pornography because there is none in these books. If you ban these books, you will not be protecting us. You will be limiting and constricting our learning and our ability to make our life more inclusive. Thank you for my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Jax. Rich, do we have time for one or two more comments?
Sure. Let me just pick Alex Ford.
Okay. Alex, are you, I think you're off mute. We can hear you.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
Hello, board members. I am Alex Ford from Lebanon, and I'm a member of North Hunterdon class of 2024. Tonight, you propose to ban the book, This Book is Gay, on the basis of a report from the Reconsideration Committee that you pulled together. Before you take that drastic step and stain the reputation of the district and board, I'd like to share some information that your committee failed to provide you. The professional book review publication Kirkus described This Book is Gay as an exuberant guide to LGBT life that speaks with candor, humor, and enthusiasm, and a chatty narrative voice that is easily readable for ages 12 to 18. Publishers Weekly recommended This Book is Gay for 14 and up, saying that readers will find guidance to navigating their sexual identities and more general advice about self-esteem, forming respectful relationships, and seeking personal fulfillment. That endorsement sounds very much like your district's goals to foster a positive social and emotional environment. support students' mental health, and focus on equality and inclusion. It seems a shame to ban a book so in line with your goals. And did you know that School Library Connection, in its review recommending This Book is Gay for grades 6 through 12, described the book as humorous and informative, treating all aspects with respect and candor. Summing it up, its recommendation, the review said, this book will give any questioning youth guidance and support in a non-judgmental, age-appropriate manner. Speaking as a questioning youth myself, I could go for some non-judgmental support right about now. If you're wondering how I learned all this information, I use the tools provided by the district, our library databases. The same tools that were available to your reconsideration committee had they chosen to use them. Thank you for these tools. I hope that they have provided you with food for thought as they have done for me. And I hope these facts will prompt you to vote no on the resolution to ban This Book is Gay. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Do we have time for one more?
Jess, we're at 30 minutes now, so it's up to you.
Or you tell me, Jess. I'll keep letting them in as long as you want me to.
Why don't we extend it by 15 minutes? Do we need a motion, John, to carry it for 15 more minutes?
That's
Can
at
I
your
ask-
discretion.
Rich, how many are in the waiting room?
We still have 18 right now. Some people the people that have spoken are not in the waiting room right now, but then we have some people who are jumping on every couple minutes. So.
Okay, thank you. I think the list of people waiting warrants an extension.
Okay. John, do we need a motion to extend it by 15 minutes?
No. Why don't we note for the record, we're extending it for 15 as of right now.
Okay.
So we'll go to 9:05 right now. And then you have a couple of letters that were received to be read into public comment, which is going to take us beyond that also. Is that correct?
Yeah.
That's
okay.
correct.
So just 2 letters.
Okay.
So I'll read them right after.
Great. Go ahead,
Okay,
Rich.
I'm going to let in Jordan Jabert.
Jordan, you're off mute. Jordan?
Jordan's connecting, Jess.
Oh, I can't see it. I can just see that he's there. Rich, can you see if he's still connecting? Or Jordan, it looks like you might be on mute.
It looks like he just connected. Let's give them a second to unmute. There we go.
Hello.
Hi, Jordan.
Hi. Okay, let me just pull this up. Okay. Good evening, board members. My name is Jordan Jobert, a resident of Annandale and a member of North Class of 2020. I am honored tonight to bring you the remarks of David Levinthal, editorial director of Scholastic Publishing and the renowned author of more than 40 books for young adults, many of which focus on LGBTQ experience. More than 60 copies of Mr. Levinthal's work are available on library shelves in our district. He is among the most knowledgeable and respected voices in young adult literature today. And as you hear, he has a special connection to the book you're planning on banning tonight. Okay, here are his words. As the author of the introduction for the U.S. edition of This Book is Gay, and the author of many books for and about LGBTQ experience, I wanted to share a few words about the importance of this book and of LGBTQ teen literature in your schools and libraries. I've heard from hundreds, if not thousands, of readers over the years who have told me that LGBTQ teen books help them know how to be who they are, gave them guidance and context in a world full of noise and sensation, and in some cases made them realize their life had worth, and therefore gave them the encouragement they needed to stay alive. Our books do not create LGBTQ identities. Instead, they affirm LGBTQ identities and give LGBTQ kids information to light their way because we know what harm can come if they are left in the dark. This needs to speak clearly and truthfully if Juno Dawson wrote This Book is Gay, and why I am so proud to write its introduction. Is it explicit in its honesty? Absolutely. But keeping LGBTQ students ignorant of their physical and mental health, their community, and their emotions won't help them in any way. It will harm them. The way to help them is to give them the information they need, which is exactly what this book does. It holds a conversation with the reader that many teen readers won't be able to have with the adults in their lives. It is a necessary conversation. Ignoring the conversation does not keep kids safe. The conversation itself is what keeps kids safe. I grew up in a town not unlike yours, and in fact, walked the halls of your high school during some of my sporting meets back in the day. I needed this book when I was a teen, and I've heard from countless teens who need this book now. Please listen to the students who are talking to you tonight. They are the future you are meant to serve. And if you serve them best by giving them the education that teaches them how to be their fullest, truest, and healthiest selves. I hope you consider Mr. Leventhon's work and vote no on the resolution to ban This Book is Gay. Thank you so much for your time.
Thanks, Jordan. Rich, are you ready to enter?
Steph Yeager.
Okay. Hi, Steph.
Hi, thanks for having me. Thank you all for all of the volunteer work you do. I appreciate your time. So my name is Steph Yeager. I'm from Bethlehem Township. I'm a member of the community group Evolve. Evolve exists solely to advocate for and provide perspectives of groups that are underrepresented in our district. This book conversation relates to a central point that our group has been trying to make for over the past 2.5 years. There is an extensively documented history where at NHV, here at NHV, that exemplifies how our leadership neglects to listen to the voices of students that are impacted by hate, bias acts, and blatant exclusion. We may argue that there's a short list of actions that have been self-determined as successful, but all of these actions fell short of positive change that impact the culture for the students. I wonder, for instance, if the parents of the students deemed the targets or the targets themselves in HIB investigations would rate our schools with a 77 out of 78 points. Would these students rate our handling of their situations as 99% effective during their tenure here? Regardless of whether this is input that is required, we should want their opinions as a metric. Being blind to different lived experiences is a natural consequence of homogenous work and social circles. However, the decision of leadership not to immerse themselves in learning when they're told that students suffer due to their ignorance is a problem, and it's a choice. Not including a member of the LGBTQIA+ community on your evaluating committee was a missed learning opportunity and an oversight. If this was permitted via the protocols, then the protocols should be relooked at. I do not condone the banning of this book, of any book, for any reason. Parents have the right to forbid their children to read. Since there's a growing nationally circulating list of books that you should be offended by, it would be easy enough for parents who hold these strong opinions to send that list to the school, and as to not infringe on the freedom of the rest of the population who wants to choose that book. It hurts no one if my child reads a book of their choice. Many books classified as young adult cover reading topics such as sexual assault, rape, dating violence, murder. And to reiterate, all of these topics are covered in books that are categorized as young adult reading. If it's easy for you to accept that these hard topics rooted in the pain of others sit on the shelves of our library, but difficult for you to accept storylines that center on self-identity and the love people share, I guess I need help understanding that perspective. I'm not asking for anyone to be forced to read selections. I'm just asking that my children have access to the award-winning books that were selected by our professionally trained staff to be in the high school library. In closing, I encourage the BOE to reject the committee's recommendation to ban any book. And lastly, I want to once again invite the BOE to hear directly from Evolve's 9-member steering committee, as we represent just under 100 parents in this district who share our sentiment about the many ways that we are failing to center the voices of our marginalized populations. And on one different note, I just wanted to mention a question that I know can't be answered, but I noticed the metric of almost 60% of our kids coming in were failing math. Were in needing much support or strong supports. And I know RTI interventions don't usually service 60% of our population, of our grade levels. And I'm just wondering if we could use that metric to definitely follow through on the recommendations that Brian Chapman had brought up about increasing staffing to try and absorb that piece and support our students. Because for this school year, we didn't have enough in place, obviously, to capture to support those 60% of students. Thank you.
We're at 3 minutes. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm going to let Eve in.
Okay. Hi, Eve. Can you hear us? Eve? Hello? Rich, do you hear her or him?
No.
I can't hear. I hear like a
No, so
like a scratchy noise.
I'll move her back into the waiting room.
Okay.
And I'll let Sarah in.
Hi, Sarah. Can you hear us? Sarah, show you're on mute.
Hello?
Hi, Sarah.
Okay, hold on. Sorry, gotta increase my volume. All right, you can hear me?
We can. Thank you.
All right, perfect. My name is Sarah Varga. I'm a Voorhees graduate of 2015, and I live in Lebanon Township. I first want to say thank you guys for your time. I know this is long. We're at 9 o'clock. You've been here since 6:15. I really appreciate your time. Okay, so hello, board members. I know you have a big decision to make, and I just wanted to remind you of the policies you will be held to tonight. The policies we're dealing with are Policy 2530, Library Resource Materials, and Policy 9130, Public Complaints and Grievances, which extends into Regulation 9130. Policy 9130, Bullet Point 5 states the superintendent shall appoint a committee of professional staff members and community representatives to review the challenged material against the standards for the selection of resource materials established by board policy, which is Policy 2530. The committee will report its findings to the board. No challenged material may be removed solely because it presents ideas that may be unpopular or offensive to some. This is elaborated in Regulation 9130, Section E, Bullet Point 4. The review committee will meet to evaluate the complaint and review the material objected to. The standards used by the committee will be those set forth in policy number 2530. Regulation 9130 expands on the details of forming a committee in Section E, Bullet Point 3, which states, within 10 working days of the receipt of the complaint form, the superintendent shall appoint a review committee consisting of the head of the department in which the work is being used, a teacher in the subject area of the work, a library staff member, a board member, a layperson knowledgeable in the area of the work, the principal of a school in which the work is used. To remove the ambiguity of what work means, in Bullet Point 5, it says if the board acts to remove the work complained of, thus work in this context means the book up for the complaint. The committee isn't restricted to just those members, so I asked the board, before you make the decision, who was on the committee? These books range in topics that span social studies, English, and health. Were all of these teachers on the committee? Did the committee contain an LGBTQ plus representative as the layperson, since all the books coincidentally involve LGBTQ plus characters? To remove the ambiguity, I have reviewed the report, and it does not reference the standards of policy 2530. It doesn't even reference the complaints brought against the books. The report isn't rooted in your policy, as it should be. Policy 2530 has sections on the objectives of selection and criteria for selection. None of these sections are referenced in the report, and I don't have time to read it for all of you, but you should read it before making a decision. Finally, policy 2530 states that in the event that materials are questioned, the principles of intellectual freedom and the right to access materials must be defended rather than the materials themselves. Your obligation based on your policies is to first defend the student's right to access material and their intellectual freedom. And the second obligation is to hold the books to the criteria set forth in your policy. I really hope the board follows their policy and recognizes that there are gaps in this process, and the report from the committee that should be addressed before a proper decision can be made. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you. Good night. Which I believe we're at less than 3 minutes.
We'll let one more in.
Okay.
We got Martha.
Can I ask how many are waiting, Rich?
There's 12 more after Martha right now.
Thank you.
Hi, Martha. I can see that you're in the meeting now, but you're still on mute.
Can you hear me okay?
We can now. Thank you.
That's great. Before I start, I have got to say our students are awesome. I hope you've noticed. And our former students, I love you. Morris, I'm delighted to see you. Joe Mamone, you're a rock star. All right. Hello, board members. I am Martha Hickson, librarian at North Hunterdon High School. We last met in January on the occasion of your reorganization. Tonight, though, is no cause for celebration as you prepare to ban This Book is Gay, a ban predicated on the report from your reconsideration committee consisting of 8 sentences comprising 134 words and 0 solid facts. In the absence of data from your reconsideration committee, you should know some numbers. First, the district copies of This Book is Gay have been checked out 31 times since 2015, more than once every marking period. In comparison, Nicola Yoon's Everything, Everything, a best-selling novel that arrived the same year, has circulated only 19 times. The popularity of This Book is Gay demonstrates students' interest in and need for the information. School Library Journal explains why. It said, quote, "This witty, no-holds-barred look at the LGBTQ experience provides information that parents or school friends often can't or won't give," unquote. They described the book as an insightful option for those with questions about what it's like to be LGBTQ. Although the reconsideration committee would have you believe that This Book is Gay is all about sex, School Library Journal accurately reports that the book covers dating, religious perceptions, bullying, coming out, and more. Another key figure you should know is 28,000. That's the number of titles listed in Senior High Core Collection, a resource that evaluates young adult books. Senior High Core Collection rated This Book is Gay as essential. That's its highest rating, given to books that, quote, "are the highest priority titles for purchasing or retaining. All libraries will want these books, frequently multiple copies. These items are the best of their kind and have staying power," unquote. The final number to keep in mind is 10. In naming This Book is Gay to its list of the best children's books of 2014, The Guardian of London proposed, quote, "that every school library should have at least 10 copies of this book on their shelves and make homophobia a thing of the past," unquote. If we can't have even one copy of This Book is Gay on the shelves at North, I fear that homophobia is here to stay in an institution that you claim is no place for hate. All of this information was readily available in school databases or by speaking to any library staff member at either school. Resources your consideration committee failed to consult. I have one more point to make and then I will finish. Please consider carefully the evidence-based arguments that defenders of intellectual freedom presented tonight. An act as serious as abridging students' First Amendment rights should be based on a foundation more solid than 134 words from your committee. Please remember that today's students are tomorrow's voters. Therefore, I urge you to vote no on your resolution to ban This Book is Gay. Thank you for your patience.
Thanks, Martha.
You're welcome. To ban This Book is Gay. Thank you for your patience.
All right. At this point, we've gone past the 15 minutes, and I'm going to move to read the two letters that are in that came in for public comment. Hello, Board of Ed. Katie, can you keep me honest with the time with the letters, please? Hello, Board of Ed members and school administration. My name is Alyssa Malaspinia, and I am a fellow New Jersey School Board member. I'm on the Board of Education for South Orange, Maplewood School District, and a school librarian in New Jersey. I am speaking to you today as a concerned citizen, and my views are my own and not those of South Orange Maplewood Board of Ed. I bring up my school board experience because I know how challenging this situation is for all of you. I know what it's like to get tons of emails, phone calls from parents, students, teachers, community members, and the people from all around the state and nation, all passionately advocating for what they believe. I also know firsthand how hard it is to make a decision that will be unfavorable to many. I don't envy the position you put yourselves in, and I know how hard it must be for everyone involved. Your policy states that you support principles of intellectual freedom inherent in the First Amendment of the Constitution of the United States and expressed in the Library Bill of Rights of the American Library Association and the Students' Right to Read of the National Council of Teachers of English. So how does banning This Book is Gay support these principles? That said, I ask that you follow your board policies, especially policy 2530, and not ban This Book is Gay. I was honestly so impressed with your policy that I used many parts of it when I helped rewrite the South Orange Maplewood Library Resource Policy last year. Your policy states that you will remove materials that will enrich and support the curriculum and personal needs of the users, taking into account their varied interests, abilities, and learning styles. By banning This Book is Gay from the library, you are not considering the personal needs of the LGBTQ+ identifying students in your district and many students that have questions about their sexual identity. This Book is Gay helps the LGBTQ students feel seen and heard and helps educate students who are not LGBTQ+ on what it is like to be LGBTQ+. Your policy states that you will have materials in your library that are realistically represent our pluralistic society and reflect the contributions made by these groups and individuals to our American heritage and the broader global community. By removing this book from the collection, you are removing a book representing a large section of people in our society. It also indicates to many that in the LGBTQ+ community, that the district does not believe their contributions to society are worthy or essential. Library Resource Materials Policy 2530 also states that books in the library collection should place principle above personal opinion and reason above prejudice in the selection of materials of the highest quality in order to assure a comprehensive media collection appropriate for the users. By banning This Book is Gay from the collection, you are placing personal opinion above principle and prejudice. You're placing personal opinion above principle and prejudice above reason. Your policy also states that library resources should be relevant in today's world,
That's
which
right.
this book is. Okay, thank you. I'll move on to the next letter. Hello, my name is Beckett Thomas, and as members of the board may recall, I made speeches at 2 previous board meetings regarding the banning of certain books in the school library. Tonight, I want to discuss the verdict of Juno Dawson's This Book is Gay. According to the notes of the relevant committee meeting on November 18th, 2021, there were complaints of the book such as a lot of questions about this book and its appropriateness for our population of school-age students. There were concerns about the outdatedness of some of the terms or technology-based references within the book. First of all, I would like to take the time that this book was to note that this book was originally published in 2014. If you're banning books on irrelevant or outdated material, then we might as well ban every Guinness World Book of Records, every encyclopedia, every atlas, almanac, dictionary, etc. Just because a book has information that might not be old doesn't warrant it being banned from the library. I also want to take this opportunity to point out the fact that as a student myself, I know the high school student population consists of young adults from ages 14 to 18, which is the targeted audience of this book. It is for young adults. We are young adults. We're not kids. Another complaint was that it mentioned that the school sex ed program is about awareness and not a how-to. And this book presents descriptive information and slang that goes beyond that is what is taught in school. But that's just it. It's supposed to be more informative than what may be taught in schools. Because in the terms of the LGBTQ plus community, LGBTQ plus sex ed, history, psychology, and other subjects, students are taught next to nothing in school. And that's why we need this book, because information like this, LGBTQ students have the right to learn about. And since we don't learn in our school curriculum, we have to look for other places. Besides, aren't we in America, the land of opportunity, the country that guarantees the freedom and representation? Taking away this book takes those rights away from us. Thank you for your time. And that concludes our public comment for this evening. At this point, I'd like to, we're going to discuss the resolutions for library materials following public complaints. The following resolutions affirm that the North Hunterdon High School Book Committee evaluation of library materials following the submission of public complaints as per policy 9130. May I call for a motion and a second to approve resolution 012522-11 related to this library book Lawn Boy by Jonathan Evison?
Motion.
Second.
Brian? Deb, you second?
That was me.
Okay. Oh, thank you.
Deb, before we open for discussion, did you want me to talk about the process at all and the regulation, the committee, the standard?
Yes, please.
Thank you. So we've got a motion and a second. We're going to have discussion in a moment, and then we'll put for a vote the other books that are on the agenda. The board had asked me to speak to the regulation and the process. I want to first note to everyone who spoke tonight, to everyone who has spoken at previous meetings, the board has heard you. The board sees you. The board has listened to your comments. The board sees and hears you tonight and has listened to your comments tonight. I want to, again, as was noted before and as was probably will be noted again this evening, I want to congratulate our students for the courage it takes to step up and for their voices to be heard, and I want to congratulate them. I want to also, on behalf of the district, as to those students who expressed concerns about inappropriate comments directed to them, our students, please bring those concerns to your counselors or to school administration. Please know that there are vehicles for those concerns to be addressed in the building, and if you have questions about them, go to your counselors, go to school administration so that those concerns can be expressed. As has been discussed previously, a number of complaints were filed under the district's public complaint policy, which is 9130. There is both a policy and a regulation. It's available to the public on the district's website. You can see it. You can look to it. Please know that the committee that was impaneled is consistent with the regulation, that committee met on multiple occasions. That committee reviewed all of the books, considered all the words in the books, had appropriate conversations and discussions during those multiple meetings with regard to the books. There are standards which have also been noted here tonight. The policy itself, 9130, notes specifically that no challenged material may be removed solely because it presents ideas that may be unpopular or offensive. Also, as was noted earlier, Board Policy 2530, because we're speaking about library resource material. We're not talking about curriculum. We're not talking about books in classrooms. We're talking about library resource material. Policy 2530 is relevant, and it's relevant to both the committee and to the board's discussion and review tonight. That policy speaks directly to what the board's consideration is here and what the committee's consideration is. Do the materials enrich and support curriculum and personal needs of the users? Does it provide material that will stimulate growth in factual knowledge, literary appreciation, aesthetic value, ethical standards? Does it provide material on opposing sides of controversial issues that users may develop under guidance the practice of critical analysis? Does it provide materials which realistically represent our pluralistic society, reflect the contributions made by these groups and individuals to our American heritage and the broader global community? Does it place principle above personal opinion? Does it provide exposure to information technology? Lastly, is it relevant to today's world? Does it represent artistic, historic, and literary qualities, reflect problems, aspirations, attitudes, and ideals of our society? Is it appropriate to the level of the user? Does it represent differing viewpoints on controversial subjects, provide a stimulus to creativity, and be of a quality and durability appropriate to the intended use and longevity? These are the standards that the committee considered. These are the standards the rails, if you will, that the board considers with regard to this first book, for which we have a motion and a second, and the subsequent 4 books as well. Thank you.
Thanks, John. At this point, does anyone have any comments for discussion or regarding Lawn Boy?
So I'll just note that, just so that we're all, for my fellow board members, we're all understand that the resolution is to approve the recommendation of the committee, which was to keep the book. So a vote in a yes vote is a vote to keep the book in this case, for this one.
That's correct.
You are correct. Does anyone else have any items for discussion? All right, seeing none, Katie, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Ms. Bonomi?
Yes.
Mr. Chapman?
Yes.
Ms. Crisologo?
Abstaining.
Mr. Farbanish?
Yes.
Ms. Hintz?
Abstaining.
Ms. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Kirschberger?
Yes.
Mr. Muehlek?
Yes.
Ms. Salino?
Abstain.
Mr. Spanton?
Yes.
Mr. Straight?
Yes.
Ms. Fiato?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries.
Okay.
Jess, sorry, this is Deb.
Yes.
As per NJSBA, board members are allowed to ask fellow board members why they're abstaining from a vote. So I'd like to know why there were abstentions.
Shelley, Tara, or Kim, would you like to reply to Deb, please?
Actually, Mr. Furkanish, Glenn asked in our executive session if we had to justify our votes, and per Robert's Rules of Order, we don't. And I have it all backed up. So I don't have enough information. What was given to me at the last minute, I don't have dates of the committee meeting. The notes that were presented per public session were not suffice enough. So I'm going to abstain because I don't have enough information based on the committee's results given to us.
So Tara, just to clarify, you don't have to justify a yes or a no, but when you abstain, as per NJSBA and Robert's Rules of Order, fellow board member is allowed to ask why there's an extension versus a vote, which we were all elected to actually make a vote.
Actually, per the NJSBA, I don't. So you can look it up. I'm abstaining. I'm not going to vote on this issue without enough information.
Shelley and Kim?
For the same reasons.
Same reason. I didn't have, I would have nipped that before Tara even said that. It's my vote. It's an abstention. I feel there was enough information gathered, culminated in that summative evaluation that was presented. It was not articulated, and we also were not given the complaints. So in the summation, I didn't see the complaints identified or answered or discussed. It was a summary. So I feel I do not have enough information. That is my answer.
And
the vote, just to clarify,
I don't have enough information.
The vote is if you read the book and made a decision on the book as well.
I've actually read all the books, but that's not here nor there. It's about what was presented to us from a committee that I don't have fully identified. I don't have fully identified on the dates they met. And the summary, as some of our former students said, that their English language teachers would have said were poorly written. I'm not voting on something that I don't have definitive answers to.
All right. Anybody else have any items for discussion in regards to Lawn Boy? John?
We have the resolution carried as to book one, and I don't think we have yet a motion or a second on book two, but I think book two is up.
Yep, that's fair. Can I have a motion? Can I call for a motion in a second to approve resolution 102522-10 related to the library book Genderqueer, a Memoir by Maya Kobe?
Motion.
Kobe.
Second.
Brian and Ryan. Would anyone like to discuss this vote prior to the roll call?
I'll make my same statement. This is the recommendation of the committee was to keep the book. So a vote in yes is to keep it. A vote in no is to ban it.
Okay. Thank you, Brian. Anyone else? Katie, can you conduct a roll call vote, please?
Ms. Bonomi?
Yes.
Mr. Chapman?
Yes.
Ms. Crisologo?
Abstaining due to the lack of information provided by the library book committee.
Mr. Farbanish?
Yes.
Ms. Hintz?
No.
Ms. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Hirschberger,
Yes.
Mr. Mealy,
Yes.
Ms. Salino,
Abstaining.
Mr. Stanton,
Yes.
Mr. Straight,
Yes.
Ms. Beato.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries.
Okay. Moving on, can I have a call for a motion and a second to approve resolution 012522-9 relating to the library book, This Book is Gay by Juno Dawson?
So moved.
Dan?
Yes.
Oh,
Second.
and Deb?
Second.
Katie, did you catch both? Katie?
Yes. Yeah, I have.
I'm good. Okay. Would anyone like to have any discussion in regards to this book prior to us voting? Rob?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment. I think the bar for removing books from any library should be very high. It should be a really, really high standard. And I think John read through most of the standards that are articulated in our policy and regulation related to this. And both from the report that was given by the committee and from my own personal reading of this book, I think it falls woefully short of that high bar for removal. Like, it's not even close. Like, and I respect the work of the committee and I respect the time that was invested, but I don't think this even gets in the ballpark of being considered for removal from the library based on the standards that we have in our policies and just general standards for First Amendment protections. So I'm voting no.
So Rob, just to piggyback on you, there are many things that the students said tonight, so I won't repeat. Mitchell talking about the research that was done on the stats in the book, and Jude about the rewards. So well spoken tonight. But the biggest issue I would like to add is that our students are taught from elementary school, and they're still being taught in our district today, to use critical thinking skills on a daily basis. And this book would be a great example if we used what the committee said, to use their critical thinking skills. It's a great example. So here we have something that there might be a stat that isn't properly supported, hence they would use their critical thinking skills and research. So I would challenge, why would we remove something that is encouraging them to use what we're teaching them to do? So I'm with you, Rob.
I also agree with everything that you all said. I've been amazed and so encouraged by all of the students that have spoken over the last 4 months. We've all listened to these amazing, impassioned, powerful speeches by our students. I think that our district policy related to this issue is completely protective of leaving these books in the library, every single one of them. I agree that none of them meet the standards for removal, and I don't think any book should be removed, but and our district goals are too, which was also brought up by someone today. Our district goals are, our strategic plan goals are support diverse material in our curricula and libraries, and our ethical and legal obligations are to leave this book just where it is and let people that need to see their lives affirmed have access to it. There's no reason we should be taking this book out of the library.
Thanks, Ryan. Would anyone else like to comment before we vote?
I guess.
All right, Katie can
Comment. So.
I'm sorry, Roger. Yeah.
So from now on, should we get rid of committees? We formed a committee in order to come up with a decision. We formed a committee of all these people that we said could make a good decision. Now we say, we don't care.
So Roger, whenever any committee gives a recommendation to the board votes on it. And either says yes or no.
I don't disagree with that. I'm just making a statement that, you know, if we're not going to take the recommendations of the committees that we form, what's the point of making the committee in the first place?
I don't know, Roger. Like we've talked many times over the years about we're not here to be a rubber stamp, right? Like, so we're not here to just accept every recommendation that is made. The recommendations inform our decisions. That the work of that committee informs its input to a decision that we have to make. That's my point of view.
Can I add? I am personally, outside of the board, adamantly opposed to banning any form of intellectual thinking, freedom of speech, books. I'm an avid reader. My whole home is filled with books. But we do have, as a board, the obligation to protect minors. And I think we, as a board and as adults, forget the fact that we also have upcoming 8th, 9th graders. So we have to look at statutes, both state and federal, that protects the integrity of our minor students. So regardless of this, I'm abstaining from this. I will never, ever vote to ban a book. So one of the things is that the freedom of expression without freedom to offend ceases to exist. And that's from Salman Rushdie. He has got warrants on his head to kill him because his thoughts conflicted with other ideas. So we as a board need to also understand that we are also protecting our population of our students, our 9th graders to 12th graders. The 12th graders may be the few that are considered adults. And we have statutes both in our state and federally to protect minors. And we always have to protect the integrity of a minor child. So irregardless of what we think as adults that might be appropriate, we need to also look at things through the lens of children whose cognitive development may not be where we are. We've had the gratuity of having me like 50 some years of understanding life. So as board members, we need to understand that there may be things that we think that are perfectly fine. And again, I'm going to tell you right now, I will never advocate banning of any kind of book, ever. Intellectual thought, we need to understand and be exposed to everything. But we have an obligation to protect our most vulnerable. And our most vulnerable are the students that are in our libraries that may be, 12, 13, 14. So anyway, so I'm going to just tell you right now that I find this very difficult. So that's one of the reasons why I'm abstaining. I don't have enough information to make a vote on this.
Just one thing. I really appreciate that description of protection. I agree with that. I agree that we have an obligation to protect. And I would just offer that I think that access to information is protective, especially a wide range of information. And there's a lot to protect our students from. Bullying, for instance, which is, we heard tonight is happening. So we're talking about protecting from one very small thing, like some descriptions of sex, which are not obscene, by the way. They're just, it's sex, whatever. But we're talking about protecting from one, exposure to one thing. But there's a lot that we could also include in this conversation around protecting our students, and maybe we should be doing that as a board. Having those conversations about what other ways we can be protective of our students who are coming to us saying we're not feeling protected. Bigger conversation, but
it's a great conversation. Thank you, Ryan.
Ryan, are you going to give your public service announcement about what our votes mean for this one?
Right before I think we're about to take the vote. I'm waiting for everybody else with like John's got to.
Go ahead, Brian.
Does anyone?
No. My
Yeah, well,
only
I
point
wanna
is that this was going to be
piggyback
different.
on Roger. I mean, I have a tough time disregarding, all the work that the committee put in. I respect the, and I'm planning on voting along with their findings on all 5 of these books. So, I certainly, I wasn't one of the board members on that, studying it as thoroughly as they did, and you had a diverse group analyzing it. So for that reason, I'm voting along with the recommendation.
I would like to add something. Just, I appreciate all the work that the committee did and their findings and gathering that information, but let's also realize that they weren't unanimous in their decision. So there is some concerning opinions there. So please consider that as well.
Yeah, I wouldn't characterize myself as disregarding as much. I take it into consideration. I have a different opinion, but I do want to remember. State that this recommendation is the opposite of the other one. So this is the ban. So a vote for yes is to ban the book.
Anyone else have any items for discussion before we go to vote? Katie, can you call for a roll call, please?
Ms. Bonomi,
No.
Mr. Chapman,
No.
Ms. Crisologo,
Abstaining.
Mr. Farbanish,
No.
Ms. Hintz,
Abstaining.
Ms. Hoffman,
No.
Mr. Kirchberger,
No.
Mr. Mulek,
Yes.
Ms. Salino,
Abstaining.
Mr. Stanton,
No.
Mr. Straight,
Yes.
and Ms. Fiato.
No.
Motion does not carry. I have 1.7 votes out of 8.7 for voting. Motion does not carry.
Can I call for a motion and a second to approve resolution 01252228-8 related to the library books, All Books Aren't Blue by George M. Johnson?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
7, Brian.
Would anyone like to discuss anything before we go to vote? Katie, can you get a roll call vote, please?
Ms. Bonomi,
Yes.
Mr. Chapman,
Yes.
Ms. Crisologo,
Abstain.
Mr. Farbanish,
Yes.
Ms. Hintz,
Abstaining.
Ms. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Kirchberger,
Yes.
Mr. Mulek,
Yes.
Ms. Salino,
Abstaining.
Mr. Stanton,
Yes.
Mr. Straight,
Yes.
and Ms. Fiato.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Can I call for a motion and a second to approve resolution 012522-7 related to the library book Fun Home, a Family Trachomedy by Allison Bicheld?
Motion.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second, Katie, on book number 5. Is that correct?
Yes.
I want to step back and go to book number 3 if I can, where we had 2 affirmative, I think 7 no's, and then 3 abstentions. Your
Yes.
calculation of the vote is that that resolution failed, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. So the resolution to adopt the committee recommendation removing the book failed, which I would then interpret as the book stays. You agree, Katie?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to note that for the record in the minutes so that there's no question. So as of books 1, 2, 3, 4, each of these books stays based on resolution for book 1, book 2, and book 4 being in the affirmative, book 3 being a no. You agree with me?
Yes, correct. I'll make sure it's noted.
Yep, thank you. Let's let the minutes reflect that. Okay, just so there's no confusion. Book 5, we've got a motion and a second. The floor is open for discussion.
Thanks, John. I really appreciate your clarification. Does anyone have any items for discussion regarding Fun Home? Okay. Seeing none, Katie, can you start a roll call vote, please?
Ms. Bonomi?
Yes.
Mr. Chapman?
Yes.
Ms. Crisologo?
Abstain.
Mr. Farbanish?
Yes.
Ms. Hintz?
Abstaining.
Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Kirschberger?
Yes.
Mr. Muehlek?
Yes.
Ms. Salino?
Abstain.
Mr. Spanton?
Yes.
Mr. Straight?
Yes.
Ms. Fiato?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, thank you all. Moving on. Can I have a call for a motion and a second to approve agenda items 17.1 to 20.20? This will be a voice vote. And before we take that, well, let me get a motion in a second.
So moved.
Tim?
Second.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions or anything they'd like to ask about agenda items 17.1 to 20.20?
I have a question about, and I don't know who would cover it, but oddly enough, 20.2, approval for book donations to the North Hunterdon High School Library. Given what we just went through, did the I'm sorry, I'm maybe using a dated term, but the head librarian endorse putting these books, does that person want to put these books in the library? Or are we just receiving books that have the potential to be a, bomb later on?
I believe these books were vetted and approved for placement in the library.
Yeah, we talked about that in the finance committee meeting as well. I think Rich Burjax confirmed that as well, that they were approved by the librarians.
Yeah, I'll second that. In finance and committee, it was reviewed who donated them and the books were fully vetted.
Fantastic.
Anyone else have any questions? Okay.
If there's none, then I have one more. 20.7, what is mental health wraparound?
We provide therapeutic counseling for students in need. And the wraparound is actually, we wrap services around the student that extend beyond the school day, provide parent counseling and resources outside the school.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Jeff.
Can I
Brian,
just ask,
any other
is that
questions?
in regards to IEPs or in additional recommendations?
Students with IEPs are provided with therapeutic services by these counselors, but this is also students who are not identified.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Oh, it's a voice vote. So all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Or abstentions?
I have to abstain from 21.02.10.
20.
Can you say that number one more time?
It's under 20.20 and it's 21-20210. It's for
Got it.
the Jersey School
20.20.
Boards. Yeah, it's for my legal seminar tomorrow.
Got it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Got it. Katie, does motion carry?
Yes.
Great. Can I call for any old or new business to be brought up at this time? Okay, seeing none. Can I have a call for a motion and a second to adopt the attached resolution 012522-2 for executive session to discuss matters falling under category 8 as reflected in the attached resolution? The board expects to be in executive session for approximately 1 hour and return to public session. And upon return to public session, action will be taken. All
Motion.
in favor?
So moved.
Motion.
Oh, I'm sorry. Second, it's getting late. I apologize. Rob,
Bob and Tara.
Tara, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Any against? Abstain? Motion carries. Call for a motion and a second to reconvene public session, please.
So moved.
Second.
Roger? Not who called it. And a voice vote. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Against? Or opposed? Okay. Is there any new business that we'd like to discuss? Okay. Seeing none, can I call for a motion and a second to approve agenda items 25.1 and 25.2, including any hand carries if provided?
So moved.
Second.
Roger?
Yes,
Did you second that or no? Did I miss that?
I did. Yeah, that was me.
Okay, thank you. It's hard for me to tell. My squares don't always cover who's talking.
I'm so hurt. You don't know my voice yet.
I'm trying, Roger. You're whispering right in my ear. Can we go for a roll call vote, Katie?
Yeah. Ms. Bonomi?
Yes.
Mr. Chapman?
Yes.
Ms. Crisologo?
Yes.
Mr. Farbanish?
Yes.
Ms. Hintz?
Yes.
Ms. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Hertzberger?
Yes.
Mr. Mulek? Mr. Mulek?
John
Did
is.
John not make it back?
He's not here.
Okay. Ms. Salino?
We lost John.
Yes, but I am abstaining from 7.2.7.
7.2.7. Mr. Stanton?
Yes.
Mr. Straight?
Yes.
Ms. Fiato?
Yes, but John's back.
John, for voting on 25.1 and 2.
Yeah, my apologies.
The personnel agenda and the executive minutes.
Yes.
That's a yes?
Thanks, John.
Okay. Thank you. Motion carries.
Motion to adjourn. Motion to adjourn.
Second.
It's Roger.
Roger and John. All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Any abstentions? All right. Motion carries.